Hello. Hello, I'm audible. Hello. Am I audible?
Is that you're audible? You're looking smart, cheerful in this lovely weather.
Sir, your network is very poor. It's not audible appropriately.
Yes, me, sir, you're very audible.
Am I audible properly?
Yes, sir, we can hear you from Odisha to Bangalore. Very loud and clear, me.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. So, session 2, once again, OPTEM Odisha welcome you all to this second day of its faculty advancement initiation. Yesterday, it was a fantastic session, and today we are going to witness another very good topic. But before going to the topic, let me have some formalities clear. So, on behalf of OPTEM Odisha, from the pharmacy teachers of Odisha, the community, we welcome you all dignitaries from around the corner of the India nation, and thanks once again to the Central Committee, APTI, for providing us a platform to do such type of activities, which will be definitely going to helpful not only for the teachers of Odisha, but also to the teachers of whole India. So prior to that, before going to the topic, let me introduce. Let me have a small formalities of making thanks to Deputy Odisha. Sincerely thanks Dr. Vivek Jain, GPAT India, the founder, Dr. Piyush Jaiswal, the founder, GDC, and Mr. Sitakan Patnaik, the director of CPDR, for providing different platform for us to go for facilitating this session. Now, we got very good, very nice comments and suggestions from all over India, and we want to share one of the very innovative promotional or wish for us from Dr. Akash Mida, the poet and writer, along with an assistant professor, Lakshmi College, Jodhpur. I just we don't have time, so I'm just saying तुम भी आओ, मैं भी आऊं और आए वो भी, चलो मिलकर सब हम हो जाए एक नई शुरुआत करें. Sometimes time is going up, so sometimes we'll definitely introduce Dr. Akash Mida is also online. Sorry, Akash Mida sir, we are proceeding ahead. But thanks for your presence and thanks for this beautiful sense of love and affection to APTI Odisha and also to the whole profession of India and to the profession. Now, it's the time to go to the topic straight away. APTI Odisha welcomes Dr. Munir Ahmed, a name which is renowned in the field of academics. I can't express much more words what his profile deserves to get appreciated everywhere, but very precisely I can introduce that he is an adjunct professor and director of RGHS Academic and Administrative Training Institute, that is RAHI, under the prestigious Rajiv Gandhi University of Health Sciences, Karnataka. He is also professor postgraduate, Department of Preparatory Government Homeopathic Medical College, Bengaluru. He has been engaged in creating a confluence of health professionals, education on scientific principles and scholarship since last 2 decades. So it's a great pleasure for APTI Odisha and for all of us, to all of you who are participating in this session on this topic, orientation for pharmacy teachers in education methodology, or OPTEM. So we have go to achieve a high sense of new technologies and new advancement in educational methodology from Dr. Munir Ahmed sir. So over to Dr. Munir Ahmed sir for your presentation, sir. Welcome to APTI.
Thank you. Am I audible? Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. You are very good audible, sir. Please carry on.
Yeah.
And please accept our happiest gratitude from all of us in Odisha on behalf of Odisha Pharma teachers, APTI office bearers, and all the stakeholders, pharma fraternity. Welcome to Odisha, sir.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And I also thank all the participants here and the APTI for having organized this. A special thanks to Dr. Mihir for having taken lead in organizing this. Now, before we start, let me ask you one thing. Just imagine why we have assembled here. Dr. Mihir gave an introduction of OPTEM, that is, it's about something about education methodology. Now, what is the reason that we have assembled here with so much of interest and anticipation about what this session is going to be? Let me give you a kind of introduction before I start. When you look at any health science professionals education, the teachers who get into health science professionals education, we all come from our regular or disciplinary post-graduation. Like, for example, if we have done a post-graduation in our specialty, from that we become eligible to become a teacher, whether it is a medical teacher, pharmacy teacher, homeopathy teacher, Ayurveda teacher, any of the teacher. But have you ever thought that to become a teacher, even in the primary school, there is a separate training which is there and which is mandatory. Whereas in the health science professions, there is no formal training to be a teacher. So when we look at teaching, teaching is also a profession. And for any profession or professional, there is a need for a formal training. Because when you are becoming a pharmacist, there is a kind of training which is done to become a professional pharmacist. Without that, we cannot say that a person can become a professional unless there is a professional training. Similarly, when we become a teacher, no, we become a pharma teacher. To become a pharma teacher, we don't need to have only the understanding of pharma knowledge, but also the process of teaching. So in this background, we have been working for past many years to bring about a kind of understanding that there is a need for training teachers, whichever faculty it is, whether it is medical or dental or pharmacy or whichever, to be trained as a teacher also. It is in this background that we have been carrying a kind of campaign to train the teachers in education methodology in Rajiv Gandhi Health University. And in this context, we also have made some kind of attempt in aligning with APTI for the past 5 years to bring about this kind of awareness among the teachers of pharmacy. So this is how Rajiv Gandhi University and APTI have been associated for the past many years in bringing about this kind of a understanding. And recently you would have also seen that the APTI had organized a similar program for Pan India. It was a larger program. Now what we have done here is to bring about a kind of awareness of what are the roles of a teacher and what are the requirements to be a professional teacher, very basically and very succinctly. And what we have here is orientation for pharmacy teachers in education methodology, or OPTEM as a kind of abbreviation. And here it is brought by the Association of Pharmaceutical Teachers of India. I'm anyway thankful to APTA for taking this kind of interest. In fact, I have not seen any other organization of teachers in any of the health science courses who have taken such a kind of proactive interest to bring about this kind of training for the teachers. This must be the only association in India which has taken this kind of initiative, and I must thank the entire leadership of APTI and also the members of APTI for having taken this kind of revolutionary interest in teacher capacity building. So the purpose of this program, especially this 1 hour program, is to orient all the participant teachers of pharmacy profession on the principles of educational methodology as relevant for pharmaceutical education. After completing this 1 hour session, you will be in a position to reflect on what is the importance of the concepts of teaching and student assessment. So far, many of you would have perhaps been introduced to something like there is a training of teachers, but for those who have not been having that, you did not have that opportunity earlier, at least now you have the opportunity to reflect that is there any importance or is there any need to reflect, to understand that there is something called as principles of teaching and principles of student assessment, and how these would be really important and significant to develop ourselves as professional teachers. This is what is the purpose of this program. And after completing this program, you will be in a position to recognize what are the basic concepts in teaching and student assessment. What I am telling is now the agenda for the program. This 1 hour session, what is agenda? After completing this 1 hour session, you will be in a position to recognize what are the basic principles or concepts in teaching and student assessment. You will recall at the end of this session what are the components of education as a system. Then you will be in a position to explain how educational objectives influence the entire cycle of learning. That is to say, what is the role of educational objectives? We'll come to the educational objectives a little later. What is the role of these educational objectives or the purpose that we set for education, and how do they influence the entire cycle of learning, the entire process of learning? And you will be in a position to identify what are the teaching learning approaches which support the learning outcomes. So how do we identify what are the appropriate teaching learning methods or activities, and what are the appropriate assessment strategies which measure the student performance? After teaching, we have to know whether the students have learned or not, or what is the outcome of our teaching, what is the impact of our teaching, how do we assess what is the impact of teaching, very briefly. And finally, what you can plan a personal growth chart as a teacher, as a professional teacher. How do you plan? What are the tools or what are the approaches that you can adapt to say that, okay, no, this is how I can professionally grow as a teacher. These are the objectives that I have set for this session. In fact, we will revisit these objectives at the end of the session to check how much of these we have been able to assimilate. There is a tap and there is a glass, and the tap, if you open, it will the water will flow and it will fill the glass. A very common feature that we all see. Sometimes this is the kind of approach that we have towards teaching. A tap is like our teaching, that water which is flowing in is like the knowledge or still, and this glass is the student. We feel that if you open the tap, the knowledge will pour out and the students will learn something. This is a kind of image which is there, and this is a kind of flawed image. It cannot be true that if you open the tap, of course, glass will fill because it is an inanimate subject, inanimate thing. But students are human beings. These are not inanimate things. There are learner characteristics. There are some people you have seen in your classes. However best you teach, there are some students who will not be able to reply back to your question, meaning to say that they have not received this knowledge. So the glass is not filled there. Now, how do we fill the glass? Or do we fill the glass, or do we let the glass to fill on its own, by its own? Glass meaning our students. So do we empower our students to learn, or do we forcefully fill our students with whatever we want? So this is where we have to make a shift of our understanding or approach towards teaching, that we cannot forcibly fill anybody with any knowledge or skill that we want to. We have to bring about a kind of facilitative change among the learners so that they can adopt, they can assimilate, they will learn on their own. For this, there are many tools, many approaches are there. Only one approach I'll take up, and this approach is that learner is the focus of all educational activity. Learner, whoever is our student, is the focus. In fact, is the only focus. And the entire purpose of teaching or learning, a college, a university, is to bring about a change in the learner. And the focus is a learner. Now, how do we bring about this activity? Is by first understanding, by accepting that learner is a focus. If you focus on that, it is not the teacher who is a focus, it is not the institution which is a focus, but it is a learner who is a focus. Now, how do we make this happen? Is by adapting certain tools which I am going to present or orient to you in a very brief manner in this session. One of the approaches that we can take is to understand how students learn. Basically, there are many tools, about 71 tools are there to understand how students learn. I'm taking one very, very basic tool, which is to say that there is a kind of VAK classification of learners. VAK, V-A-K, VAK. V stands for visual. There are students who learn only when they see. If they do not see, they will not learn. Like Einstein once said, if you cannot imagine, you cannot understand. So Einstein was a visual learner. What it says is, there are students who want to see something happening, or who want to see something which is out there, and only then they can relate it to their understanding, their learning. So these are visual learners. There is another category of learners called as auditory learners. So these auditory learners are those who can learn only if they hear something. Just by merely seeing, they are not able to learn anything, but they will learn better if they hear something. In fact, if you reflect back, you would come across some examples of students who might be reading loudly when they are studying. You might have seen during your, as a student also, as a teacher also, if you are a student, when you were a student, you would have seen one of your classmate or your roommate reading loudly, disturbing you. And this is a person who is auditory learner, because this person can learn only when he or she hears something, the sound, auditory learners. And the third category is called as kinesthetic learner. Kinesthetic learners are those who can learn only when they do something. Neither hearing nor seeing will bring about any learning interest for them. No, these are the three kinds of learners. I'm not saying that strictly there are people who are only visual or auditory or kinesthetic. There's a dimension of all the three in everybody of us. But there are some people who are predominantly a visual or auditory or kinesthetic. And some people, very few people, you could say outliers, who are only this. They cannot learn without any. The reason I am telling is we need to understand our audience. There are various ways of understanding the audience. So let us take one example. When you look at an advertisement, if the advertisement is about some child product, say something like a child bath soap, so that child bath soap will be focused with a child in the view. It doesn't bring about a kind of audience which is not interested in that. So here we have to understand the audience to reach out our message or our meaning. So therefore, to reach out our message, we need to understand our students, our audience. So with this in the background, let us understand what are the components of education system. Before we go further, let me briefly explain to you what is the definition of education according to WHO, World Health Organization. World Health Organization classifies or defines education as a continuous process. You can see here it is a process. It is not a product. So for example, getting B Farm. End of B Farm is not a education. It's not only education. There are other things also. The way we acquire any knowledge, any learning is a process. So therefore, it is a process. Education, and it is a continuous process. Education is a continuous process. What does it do? It has a chief goal or a purpose. There's a purpose behind education. Without that purpose, there can be no education. Therefore, what is his purpose? We'll come to that a little later. The purpose is to bring about desirable changes. I would say the purpose of education is to bring about changes, and these changes have to be desirable. Now, who decides what is desirable is the stakeholders. The stakeholders are the country's requirements, the national health needs, or the nature of the subject or the stream discipline which you are discussing. All these bring about what is desirable of the changes that you want to bring about. And in whom do you want to bring about these desirable changes? In the behavior of learners on a relatively permanent basis. So to summarize this, what we say is education is a continuous process and it has a purpose as a goal, and that goal is to bring about desirable changes. Changes which are desirable in the behavior of learners on a relatively permanent basis. If you see a student who was not performing something and he is now performing something as a result of your teaching, that means the change has happened. If the change doesn't happen, education has not happened. So how do we bring about these desirable changes? There are three ways in which you can bring about these desirable changes. One is by way of the student acquiring the knowledge. Now here the entire definition is about how the student is changing the behavior. It is not about the teacher. The entire thing is about the student. We said student is a focus of all educational activity. Now how do we make the student as the focus of all educational activity? Is by making the student to acquire the knowledge which is required to bring about the changes in him or her. So let me give you an example, very funny example. Imagine that you are sitting in the first year B.Pharm course and the teacher, anatomy class is there, and the anatomy teacher is telling something like superior or inferior. Just imagine, a funny example. The teacher is telling superior or inferior, and suddenly I feel as a first year student, I am superior because I got into the course, and my other student, my other friend who could not get into the course may be inferior. Just for an understanding. But as the teacher explains in anatomy what is the relevance of superior or inferior in the context of anatomy, my thinking, my behavior changes because my understanding of the meaning of what is superior, what is inferior changes. Now what has happened is my behavior towards that meaning, towards those words has changed. This is what is behavior change. That behavior change has come about as a result of acquiring knowledge. Similarly, the behavior change can happen by improving skill. When the student was scared to even touch some apparatus, when the student has learned some skills on how to use that particular apparatus, the student is now confident. Because why is the behavior of the student has changed, that confidence has come about, is because the student has improved skills of using that apparatus. Similarly, developing attitude. By developing attitude also, the student can bring about, you can see the change of behavior in the learner. Let me give you one example here. Imagine as a first year student, B.Pharm student, that's our second year BPharm student. The student had to explain how to take the medicine after giving the prescription to the patient. When the patient asks how to take the medicine, maybe the student has to explain how to take the medicine. Now, the second year student who is still new to this process explains it once. The patient again asks once more, maybe with grudgingly the student explains once more. Third time, if the patient asks, the student may flare up to say that, can't you understand this simple thing? Simple for the student, but may not be for that patient. Now, imagine the same student in the final year BPharm. What is the attitude of the student? The any number of times the patient is asking, the student understands what are the different psychologies of different patients and how some patients may persist asking because they don't get the understanding very easily. The student has the understanding that not everybody will learn at the same pace. Therefore, even if they are asking 3 or 4 times, I should not lose my temper. Why has this happened? This is a behavior change, right? This behavior change, why it has happened? Because the development of the attitude. So this is what is education. Education is to bring about desirable changes in the behavior of learners on a relatively permanent basis. And these happen as a result of the student acquiring the knowledge, student improving the skills, and student developing the attitude. Now this becomes the foundation for our understanding of the entire process of education. Once you understand this definition, rest of the things become very simple and easy. Now, let us see what are the components of education. So when we say components of education, the basic component of education, the rule book is our curriculum. With the curriculum, we have various components in the curriculum. So one component of the curriculum is the purpose, why the student is learning this particular course, what the student will be able to perform after completing this course. You can either call it learning objectives, or you can either call it the student outcomes or performance outcomes, either of the two. And this becomes the purpose, or as we discussed in the definition, the goal, chief goal, whatever we wrote, chief goal, this is the goal. The learning objective is the goal of particular that learning objective, that learning session. Now, how do you ensure that the student is able to acquire those learning objectives? We say by way of knowledge, skill, and attitude. And this knowledge, skill, or attitude are provided to the student by way of teaching, learning methods, and media. The teaching, learning methods, and media, these are the tools which provide the background and the facilitation for the students to learn those objectives. Let me give 2 examples here. Imagine the student has to measure the blood pressure of a patient or a subject. There are various components when measuring the blood pressure. For example, the student may have to remember or recall what is a normal range of blood pressure. The student may have to measure the blood pressure by applying the or by putting the cuff around the arm of the patient. Right, 2 things, let us imagine. For the student to learn what is the normal range of blood pressure, the teacher might conduct a lecture session. The student will understand what is the normal range of blood pressure. The student can tell what is the normal range of blood pressure after attending the lecture. So suppose the student has to wrap the cuff around the arm of the patient and the teacher gives a lecture on how to wrap. Will that student be able to wrap the cuff? May not be. If that is the only option that the student has to learn only through the lecture, the student will not be able to wrap the cuff around the arm just by listening to the lecture. So what the teacher has to do is to demonstrate how to wrap the cuff around the arm. So we can see here the teaching learning method has been influenced by the learning objective. That is why you see the arrow pointing both the sides. The objective will define what is the teaching learning method and medium, and the teaching learning method and medium is influenced by the nature of the learning objective. Now let us look at the other component of it, the assessment method. So the assessment method also is dependent on the learning objective. Let us take the same 2 examples. If you want to check whether the student is able to state what is the normal range of blood pressure, how do you check it? You can ask a question in the theory, you can ask a question in the viva, and when the student answers, you will know whether the student knows it or doesn't know it. But on the other hand, if you want to check whether the student is able to take the cuff around the arm of the patient, and if I ask a question in the theory or in the viva, the student may tell what is the procedure, But doing the procedure, how do you know? By asking the student to demonstrate, right? So here also, the assessment method is dependent on the nature of the learning objective, and the learning objective will decide which would be the appropriate assessment method. So let us look at the other two components, how they are interconnected. When you say teaching learning methods, media and assessment, these are also interconnected. The way the how successful teaching learning method and medium can be assessed by the way the student has performed. When you conduct the test, when the student has performed, you can say how effective the teaching was. And the effectiveness of the teaching can tell what could be the success of assessment. This is called as the spiral of education. And the entire education, the curriculum, is centering around these three components: learning objectives, teaching learning methods, and the assessment methods. These form the three components of education, or the three components of curriculum. So this is what we all have in our curriculum. Now, when we have this curriculum, we say objective. Okay, now how do we proceed with the implementation of curriculum? We have the objective. So for the objective, we already have discussed the objective will influence how the teaching learning method has to be selected. Now, what happens here is you have to be more careful here. Immediately after writing the objective, we do not go for teaching directly. By stating this is the objective, you are not going to immediately teach there. There is one more factor which comes in between the teaching and the writing of the objective. That is called as entry behavior assessment. Entry behavior assessment. What it means is, what does the student know? What are the knowledge, skills, and attitudes of the student at the beginning of the course? What the student already knows. We have to first assess what the student already knows and then build on that. Let me give an example. Suppose you are teaching a particular topic and it is the second part of the topic. Previous class you have taken one part of the topic. Today you are continuing the same topic, the second part of it. As you enter into the class today, what do you do initially? You may state this is the topic we are going to teach. Okay. After that, you will ask a few questions relating to the previous class, right? Why do we ask this? The purpose is to bring the students into a situation where they can relate their previous learning to the present learning. Second thing is, you have to be sure that the student knows this foundational knowledge or this basic knowledge, and only then whatever I am teaching now will become understandable for him or her. So therefore, this you're asking the questions before you starting to teach is called as entry behavior assessment. Entry at the beginning, behavior is what we said, whatever the students knows about the knowledge, skill, and attitude. Assessment to check. Okay, so once you have assessed what is the entry behavior assessment, you go for the teaching, what is the appropriate teaching, and after teaching anyway, you are going to check how the student has learned, how much the student has learned. These are the four elements of a basic teaching model. Now, what is the relationship of these four also decides, this becomes a kind of formula to check how effective the teaching has been. Now, let me show what is the formula, how interconnected these are. The assessment gives a feedback to tell how effective the teaching was. If suppose a particular group of students in a particular class or in a particular topic or in a particular subject are not performing well, one of the reasons could be that the teaching method was not appropriate for it. The objective was something and the way we have taught is something different. The teaching method was not appropriate. This is one, you could say, inference that you can draw, that the teaching was not appropriate. The second inference that you can draw was that, okay, we have not appropriately checked for the entry behavior. We have not checked whether the students were knowing the background information so that I can give the rest of the information, and without they having any background understanding, have started to teach and it has bounced off their heads. So one possibility was that we have not checked the entry behavior assessment, therefore there is a failure. The third is whether the objective itself was properly conveyed to the student, or whether the objective was appropriate to the level of that students, or whatever, anything related to the objective, was it appropriately stated. And the fourth inference that you can draw is whether the assessment method itself was appropriate or not. What was the assessment that we wanted to do, and how did we conduct it? Was the examination appropriate for this? Have I conducted a theory examination for a skill-based assessment? So this gives you a kind of understanding whether the teaching, learning, a whole activity has been successful or not. To understand why it was successful or why it was not successful, this is called as the basic teaching model. Now, let us see how the objectives influence the whole process of learning. If you look at this image here, you can see a lot of books are strewn around here. Suppose you want a book, you want to pick a book. You're in an urgency, you want to pick a book. How easy it is? Very difficult. Why do we say it is difficult? Because the books are strewn around. These are not organized, and these are not, we don't know which book is where. So this is totally disorganized. On the other hand, if you look at this image, suppose I want a book, how easy it would be? It is easy because you can see here, the books are neatly arranged, and these are also arranged according to some particular order. So this orderliness makes my effort or anybody's effort of searching for the book easy. This is how the organizing of the objectives, the purpose of learning. If we organize the purpose of learning, it makes our teaching easy. Now, when we say, just imagine, I want to teach a class, and I simply go there into the class which I have to teach. I stand there, and without any understanding background of what I am going to teach, suddenly I get a flash. This is what I want. I know this very well. I will teach this. So I am not organized. I may talk for some time. Further, I may lose the train of my thought. So next, what I have to do, I may not know. Now, to anchor myself into my teaching, to bring about a kind of planned teaching and learning in the class, what I have to do is I have to organize my whole teaching into something called as objectives or the purpose. Now, when I stand in the class, I should be very clear with the purpose, what I expect the students to learn at the end of this class, what I expect the students to perform at the end of this class. And this comes from something called as Bloom's taxonomy. There's something called as Bloom, B-L-O-O-M, Bloom. There was a Professor Benjamin Bloom who devised a process. His team devised a process where the entire learning is classified into 3 areas. The one area is called as cognitive domain. These are called as domain or area. So the entire education is classified into 3 areas or 3 domains. One area is called as cognitive domain. Cognition means knowledge. These words are used because this came from psychology, from the psychology background. So cognitive domain is the knowledge. What knowledge the student has to require. The second component or the second domain is called as psychomotor domain. You can see 2 words are here. Psycho, something to do with the brain. Motor, something to perform. So it is something like the brain and hand coordination, or you can say simply skill. If somebody is performing something, even if somebody is writing something, there is a psychomotor activity which is involved. So psychomotor is something to do with the skill. And the third component, they call it affective domain. Please mark the spelling of it. It is affective, not affection. It is affective. Affective means something which affects a person, something which affects the person's feelings or emotions. Now, this affection need not be sympathy. It need not be something which is saying very hello, showing some kind of sympathy. It could be anger also, it could be hatred also, it could be restlessness also, it could be anything which a person feels, some emotion, it is affective. So when you look at these 3 things, you have knowledge, you have skill, and you have the affective, which can be translated as attitude or value or communication. If you go back, if you reflect on the definition of education and the last 3 lines, it said the changes in behavior of learner comes as a result of knowledge, skill, and attitude. By the development of knowledge, skill, and attitude. And this is where those 3 words come from. Those 3 words come from the 3 domains of education. Whenever you look at any teaching activity, any learning activity, these are the 3 components which are already there or which are always there to one extent or the other. Sometimes one may be more, sometimes one may be less, but These are all there in the in any learning activity. So to understand, whenever there is statement of objective which is there, how do we say that this is in the cognitive domain or in the psychomotor domain or in the affective domain? Very simple formula is read that statement. What does the statement expect you to do? Does the statement make you to think what it is, or to decide what it is, to recall what it is? So if the whole focus is on your brain to think what to do, that becomes cognitive domain. The second component, if the statement makes you to do something, you may have to pick something, you may have to write something, you may have to perform something, you may have to hold something. Whatever you are doing is, it is doing, where the psychomotor activity is there. It is skill or psychomotor domain. If the statement tells do something, if the statement says feel something, feel from the heart, or if the statement tells explain to somebody, communicate to somebody, that becomes affective domain. This is how you have to identify which domain the statement belongs to. Here we'll take a small interactive session. I'll run through some 5-6 statements related to pharmacy education. Just try to identify which domain these statements belong to. The first statement is isolate caffeine from the given sample. If the student has to perform the isolation of caffeine from the given sample, what is the student doing there? Performing something, right? It is not just knowing what it is. It is not even knowing how to do it. It directly says isolate. Therefore, it is performance or psychomotor domain. The second example, classify nutraceuticals. If the student has to classify nutraceuticals, how does the student do it? By thinking. The student only has to think, doesn't have to do anything. Therefore, this thinking, it makes it cognitive domain. The third example, work actively as a member of healthcare team. Now, when you say work actively as a member of healthcare team, it is not just knowing how to work, or there is nothing like using your hands and fingers and working there as an active member of healthcare team. It is a kind of feeling that, yes, I have to be member of the team. Like if I am a part of the team, that is a feeling that one gets, that I belong to this team. It's a kind of value that you show. Therefore, it will be affective domain. Affective domain, because it is the kind of feeling or the value or the attitude that the student has to show when working as a member of the team. Calibrate the hot air oven as per the given SOP. This would be, by now it will become something like very simple. Calibrating is something which the student has to do it. Therefore, it will be psychomotor domain. Now, one more coming up here. Explain the mechanism of halogenation of benzene. If the student has to explain, when the student has to explain, the student has to know what is the mechanism. It is only to know, nothing more. When the student explains, maybe what is the relationship of whatever, but here again it is knowledge. So this becomes cognitive domain. Now let's take one more. Perform an assay of calcium gluconate. When the student has to perform an assay of calcium gluconate, very simple, it will be something where the student has to perform. So it will be psychomotor domain. Now obtain the mitotic index of the given data. It's a bit tricky. What happens here is some data is given. The student has to calculate what could be the mitotic index. Now here, when we say calculate, do not just jump into the thing that student has to use the pencil and paper and then calculate, or has to use the calculator and calculate. That is very mechanical. What you look at here is the spirit of the statement. The spirit of the statement is the student has to know how to calculate. So therefore it becomes cognitive domain. It is a kind of application of the knowledge. So this becomes cognitive domain. And the last one, describe the biosynthesis of purine nucleotides. Then when the student has to describe something, purely it is the knowledge. Therefore this also becomes cognitive domain. Here what we have attempted is to bring about some kind of an understanding how to identify the statement, whether it belongs to cognitive domain, psychomotor domain, or affective domain. It's only identification. What is required also of the teachers is to write these objectives before we start our classes as a part of our lesson. And this maybe we'll take up in the next higher sessions, whenever these happen. This is only in the orientation to understand what are the requirements of a teacher. So one of the requirement of the teacher is to identify which domain the statement belongs to. Now, we said earlier, the student is a focus of all educational activity. How do we make the student as a focus of all educational activity? Is by writing the objectives which are student directed. When you state this is the objective, each of the objective that if you look at here, each of the objective tells what the student will do. If you look at each of these, you just look at each of the statement, the first word of each of the statement, it is a verb and it is an active verb. And only when the active verb is there, you can observe somebody doing it. And this sets the direction, what we expect the student to do, perform. Therefore, the objectives, when you write these can be written as student-oriented objectives. What you expect the student to perform. What is the student outcome? So this is one purpose of writing the educational objective. The second purpose of educational objective is that the educational objective shifts the emphasis from what to how. This is very important. It is not merely telling the student what to do, but also adding how to do. When you say how to do, you are aligning the teaching learning activity into the objective. When you say this is the outcome I expected, you also tell how the student can achieve that outcome. More of this will come to a little later in another concept. So one of the purpose of writing objective is to shift the emphasis from only what to do to how to do. So the third important purpose of educational objective, before that you just look at this image. When you see here, one of the direction is telling go to the right. The second direction is keep left. It's confusing. Sometimes the students get confused between what they are expected from the way the teacher teaches and from the way the exam is conducted. Sometimes there is no alignment between the way the teacher has taught and the examiner has conducted. The question paper comes. The reason for this is I am teaching the way I feel is right, and the person who is setting the question paper sets the question paper thinking this is the right, and there we don't have any communication. Now, how do we? The word here is communication. There is lack of communication between the teacher and the question paper setter. Now, how do we make it happen? How do we bring about this communication? Is when we have a clarity of communication. When you see the road signs, I'm taking road signs because these are more easily relatable. When you look at a road sign which says this is the way you have to move, and there is no fear in moving that way. Similarly, when we have the objectives written, when we have the purpose of education written very clearly, it gives a kind of communication for both the teacher and the student and the examiner and the question paper setter. Everybody knows what is expected to learn, what is expected to teach, what is expected to test, and what is expected to be scored as the right answer. So the objectives, when you write clearly, these improve the communication. This is the purpose of writing the objective. Now, when we say writing the objective writing is very, very important. In fact, there's a book, Teaching for Quality Learning at University. Very, you could say one of the excellent books. It reads like a novel, and it gives a complete understanding of what are the requirements of a teacher in a very, storytelling manner. One of the most simple books that I have come across about what is the requirement of a teacher, and at the same time gives all the, you could say, the concepts of teaching, concepts of assessment, teacher roles, everything is given. So this, what this book tells is, one important thing what this book brings about is called as constructive alignment. The core of this book is constructive alignment. Alignment, we all know. Alignment is like bringing everything together so that it works as a system. Now, what is this constructive? When you say constructive, it comes from a psychological term meaning constructing the meaning. Most of our students are adults or adolescents, and these adults or adolescents, they construct their own meaning of learning. So what we have to do is to align our teaching with the nature of the learner, how the student will construct the meaning out of it. What is the way the student learns? That is the reason why we have to understand our student and the student psychology first. Then whoever has understood the student psychology becomes a successful teacher. So what this, very basically what this says is, there is a expected outcome. You write these are the objectives. These are the objectives. And these objectives have to be aligned with the way we identify the teaching learning objective. The teaching learning activities, these activities have to be totally in relation to the objectives or outcomes we have written. There should be total alignment with them. If the student is expected to perform something, the activity has to be where the student is learning by performing. If we expect the student to recall something, then the activity has to be something which helps the student to remember something. So there is a kind of alignment of the activity with the outcomes. And the next one is the outcomes, whether the outcomes are realized or not. So to test whether the student is able to perform this objective, there has to be the appropriate measurement. For example, just out of a kind of a lighter vein, if you want to measure how much is the milk, you cannot use one, this scale and say that we have one inch of milk. It doesn't give the same meaning everywhere. Depends on the width of the vessel also. So better would be to say with what is in the, it is a liter. So liter would be the right measure. So similarly, what is the authentic tool that we are using to measure the student performance? This becomes the constructive alignment. And this is what is the whole crux of this book, Teaching for Quality Learning at University. What the student does, you look at the continuation of the title. At the bottom, you can see what the student does. Now, what the student does is important. Therefore, as a teacher, we have to realize the student is a focus of all educational activity. Now, how do we identify what are the appropriate teaching learning methods? There are various ways, and I have found that there are 5 methods or 5 approaches, 5 factors which can identify which is the appropriate teaching learning method. Depends on what are the student type. We already have seen that there are visual learner, auditory learner, kinesthetic learner. Similarly, there are another 70 more types of identifying the students. Depending on what is the nature of the student, you can identify which is the way they can learn better. The second factor is what is the context of learning. If a context of learning is in the classroom, the context of learning can be in the laboratory, the context can be in the community. Depending on what is the context in which the students are learning, there are some learning methods which are appropriate. Say, for example, if it is a classroom, lecture may be appropriate. If it is a laboratory, demonstration may be appropriate. If it is community-based learning, a project may be appropriate. So depending on what is the context the students are learning, you have to identify what is appropriate teaching learning activity. The third factor is the domains of learning. We already have seen there are 3 domains of learning: cognitive, psychomotor, and affective. Depending on what is the domain of learning, there are some teaching learning methods which are appropriate for each of the domain. So you have to identify which approach or which method of teaching or learning is appropriate for this particular domain. And these have been classified. These are classified. These have been studied upon. And there are various studies also to say which teaching method is appropriate for which domain. And the next one is the size of the class. Now, the size of the class you can classify as large group, which is around 50 or above becomes a large group. Something around 20 or 12 to 20 becomes a medium group, or we call it small group, or it could be something which is individual. Depending on the size of the class, you can say for a large size, maybe a lecture is appropriate. For a small size of 10, 12 students, something like group discussion could be appropriate. And for a individual, if it is 1 or 2, or something like individual performance or referencing in the library could be appropriate. So depending on the size of the class, you can identify which is the appropriate teaching learning method. And the last one, whether it is a teacher control or learner control. That is, whenever the learning activity is happening, who is in control of that activity? Is the teacher in control of the activity or student in the control of activity? Say, for example, in a large class lecture, teacher naturally is in the control. It should not be the other way. And if it is as individual, like for example, the student is making a library reference, naturally there the student is in the control of learning. So depending on this teacher control, learner control, there can be classification. In fact, if you look at these 5 factors, these can be overlapping on one another. For example, if it is cognitive domain, lecture is there. It could be large size where the teacher control is more and the context is in the classroom. The student types are audio visual type of learners. So all these are overlapping. There are areas where these 5 overlap, but otherwise you can even identify that there are some specific teaching learning methods for each of these specific factor. Why we need to understand this, the way we teach is there is something called as attention span, and the attention span is said to be something like 20 minutes. After 20 minutes, the attention keeps falling down. It starts falling down. This is what is 20 minutes. Some say no, it has come down to 12 minutes. Depends on the different categories of people. Like the youngsters now, they have a shorter attention span because of some distractions which are there. The electronic age distractions are more. Earlier, people used to have a better, larger concentration. Now the concentration is coming down because of many environmental factors. Anyway, let us take this as 20 minutes. So 20 minutes, the attention span comes down. Now, how do we make it continuous? Is you have to do something. You have to intervene before the attention span comes down. Therefore, there has to be a continuously evolving way of teaching. And this continuously way of evolving teaching is when you add something additional to that. Like it cannot be a monotony of a lecture continuously beyond 20 minutes. Maybe a little before 20 minutes, you can add a particular, some activity to give a break. Like for example, you can stop that lecture within 20 minutes and give a kind of a quiz, or you can demonstrate something, or you can add, very importantly, an image or some medium. So this medium captures the attention and it goes on improving. So the way you use it as a kind of cyclical intervention is what makes your students being attentive over a longer period of time. Now, to identify what are the teaching learning methods, basically what I have done is I have used 2 parameters. One is called as learner autonomy, meaning to say how much the learners are independent, or whether it is learner control or teacher control. And the second is what is the size of the group size. Group size can be small or it can be large. Now, taking into consideration all these things, very basically, if the group size is large and the teacher control is more, you have the various approaches like lecture, symposium, team teaching, panel discussion, brainstorming, symposium. All of these we can explain in the next higher class. But here, just for kind of orientation, these are the options which are available. And if the group size becomes comparatively small, but the teacher control is still there, there can be demonstration or tutorial. On the other hand, if the learner autonomy becomes more, the student is more in control of their learning, and the group size is relatively large, you can have a seminar or group discussion, journal club, workshop, project, or role play. And if it becomes relatively smaller and the student control is still there, then you can have something like conference, fieldwork, library reference, self-learning materials, lab-based learning, individual practice. Now here when I say conference, this conference is not to be confused with whatever we hear about or whatever we see about the national conference, state conference, not that conference. It is conference, conferring. It is like when the student comes to you, to your department and discusses something about the learning difficulty. So this is conferring or conference. It is in the context of teaching, in the context of education, this is what is conference. One more tool I want to introduce here is very basically, there is something called as Colin McNaught Learning Management Model. This is mostly used in e-learning or the online learning, which is now becoming more commonplace. That is why the reason why I thought I'll introduce this also. What it says is there are 2 axes here. One is engaging students in the learning task. That is when you give a learning task, when you teach something, how students will be engaged into that. How much the student involvement is there in the teaching that you are conducting. The second factor is interactivity of the resource. Whatever resource we are using. Like for example, I'm using a lecture as a resource now. Later you may use laboratory as or experiment as a resource, or you can use artificial intelligence as a resource. There are different resources that we use. So what is the interactivity which is possible in this resource? Taking these 2 into consideration, at the lowest level or at the very basic level, when the students are less engaged, they're only making notes, and the resource that they have is only a text or image which is there online. Like for example, whatever is happening now, you have a text and the image on the screen, and then whatever you are doing is making notes of whatever you are observing. This is a basic activity, and this is the amount of learning that can happen as a result of this. Now, as the engagement of the students in their learning becomes a little more, and the interactivity of the resource becomes larger. Then suppose you give something like a summative task. Summative task is at the end of this session or at the end of this maybe this topic, you will be able to perform these things. A list of topics are given to you, or a list of outcomes are given to you. So at the end of this, you say summative, complete after this, summing up. And then just apart from only the text or image, there is some interactivity that you may have to go to the laboratory, you may have to do something, or you may have to go and reference something, you may have to discuss something with your colleagues. Some more interaction is there. It is not just sitting and taking the notes. More interaction is there. There you can see the amount of learning expands. And then the exponential expansion happens when there are creative tasks. You do not limit the students to a particular level. You give, this is the basic. Beyond that, you give them a scope that you can go beyond and learn. So this becomes a creative task. And the image, the interactivity is very high. It goes beyond text and images. Maybe the students are using some artificial intelligence, machine learning. This is what is called as immersive learning. Immersive is you immerse into learning, you deep down into the learning. So this becomes immersive learning. When we talk of online learning, you cannot just supplement whatever activity we do as a teacher in the classroom, do the same thing in front of the screen. No, it is not possible. You have to identify the appropriate tools, appropriate approaches, and appropriate environment to shift yourself as a teacher in the online environment. For this to make a shift, this will be the more appropriate tool, the Colin McNutt learning management model. Very basically, when we talk of online learning, because now online learning has become very commonplace and it is being used by everybody, just to give some basic understanding of it, online can be synchronous, which is happening real time, like streaming, which is happening now. I'm talking and you are listening right now. Or it could be something which is asynchronous. For example, this can be recorded and this record could be made available to those who did not attend this, which becomes asynchronous. So asynchronous is there is no time kind of synchronicity. It doesn't happen at the same time. There's a difference in the time. And synchronous is at the same time. Using this synchronous, asynchronous, if you have to identify what could be the appropriate teaching method for online. Same parameter I'm using, group size and learner activity. If the group size is large and teacher control is more, the synchronous activity can be web streaming, whatever is happening now, and podcasting. Podcasting is something like a audio file which happens audio streaming. It could be something on the. It's not on the radio. It is usually on the smartphone. In the smartphones or in the web, some of the websites you can have the podcast. This becomes synchronous. Sometimes the podcast can be asynchronous also. Somebody has stored it and you can hear the podcast a little later after it has been broadcast. The other asynchronous is a recorded video or a recorded audio. This becomes for a large, it could be thousands of people also. When the learner autonomy becomes relatively smaller, but the teacher control is still there, then you have the synchronous method like telephone, you can speak over telephone, live chat like WhatsApp chat, any of these are possible. And if it is asynchronous, again a recorded video, a recorded audio. These become asynchronous for the smaller audience also. Now when the learner autonomy becomes more, the learners are on their own. If the size is large, they can be a group mail, a group of people, 30, 40 people are there, you send a group mail to everybody. Or it could be web conferencing. Like for example, you want to discuss some activity. There is a time limit, say for example, for half an hour, 1 hour you discuss. It cannot be that hundreds of people can get onto the web conferencing and everybody gets a chance to speak. If there are about 10 or 12 people, everybody will get a chance to express their views. So it becomes a web conference. But the difference between web streaming and web conferencing is, web streaming is one way, web conferencing can be interactive. People can discuss among themselves, like it happens in a group discussion. Then there can be discussion board. Discussion board, these happen in the learning management system. Learning management system is again like a software which university has or college has, where all the learning resources are, provided, and they can, the teacher and the students can have a larger discussion. Like for example, in the live chat, only 2-3 lines can come. In the discussion board, large paragraphs also can be pasted. This can be discussed. Then you have blogs, wikis, and tweets. More of this maybe in the next session when we have larger time we can discuss about it. And asynchronous can be again group mail. Group mail can be synchronous also, asynchronous also. Similarly, blog, wiki, or tweet can be synchronous or asynchronous. Now, when we come to learner autonomy is more and the group size becomes smaller compared to this, you can only have asynchronous. And there again, you have blogs, email, WhatsApp. Simulated lab is, for example, if you want to conduct some experiment, there are software which simulate that experiment. And when the student logs into that learning management system, the student is given access to that particular experiment. And when the student does the experiment on the software, his performance or her performance is recorded, and the scoring also is done as if somebody is doing it virtual, really doing it. It becomes virtual. Then, of course, the download of slide and PDF also can be there. In fact, the PDF of this will be made available to you, and this becomes asynchronous. When you read it for yourself, it becomes individual or individual learning. So these are some of the online tools which can be used for teaching online. And the media, I said, can be projected medium or it could be non-projected medium. Projected can be something like whatever you're using now with the screen. Screen can be something which is wall mounted, or it can even be something which is your mobile screen that also is projected. And non-projected can be something like a chart or a handout or a model or a specimen. Any of these things can also be used for the online learning for demonstration purpose. Now, the importance of assessment is that students learn what is asked. They don't learn what is taught. Because ultimately they are going to be tested. What they are going to be asked is more important for them. How the exam is organized is more important for them than what is the teaching. Therefore, if the teaching is the way the assessment will be done, learning will be more aligned. This is what I said earlier, constructive alignment. So constructive alignment is where the teaching, the assessment, and the purpose of learning have to be in the same line, in the same wavelength. That becomes something like you can say a purposeful learning. Now, what is the purpose of assessment? One is to say the student has passed or failed, and it is an incentive to learn because the student can know whether I'm performing well or not. Now, Dr. Mihir, I have another 10-15 minutes. Sorry, your audio is muted.
Sir, it is so beautifully going on. We want to be there for another half an hour. No issue, sir. Please carry on.
Thank you. No, because in my passion is sometimes overstep. Sorry.
No, sir. It is beautifully going on, sir.
Okay. Thank you about it. One is the incentive to learn. Like when the students are performing, when they perform something and they get to know what is my score, it becomes a kind of incentive to learn more. That is one of the purpose of assessment. Purpose of assessment is not only to declare the student pass or fail. There are other purposes also. One is to incentivize learning. Another is it gives a feedback to the teacher and the student to tell how the students are learning, how the teacher is teaching. As a result of this feedback, you can identify what are the problems, or you can diagnose where the students are learning, how the students are learning, or why the student may not be learning, what could be the problem. Again, you go back to the basic teaching model which I had shown you earlier. It gives you an idea of where the problem lies. And when you know where is a problem, you can modify the teaching. So this modification of teaching is also as a result of the assessment that we conduct. Then apart from that, there are some additional features of assessment or purposes of assessment. You may be a bit surprised that this could also be a purpose of assessment. One is to redefine the future of program. So when we conduct the assessment, we'll see how successful the program was. If the program was not successful, we have to make some changes into that. So that change comes because we understood the program was not successful. So this is one purpose. And even more daring, you could say the purpose is, it says the purpose of assessment is to ensure safety of society. The reason is the student whom we passed. That person goes into the society as a healthcare professional, and if that person is not safe for society, the activities which the student the professional does are not safe for the society, then we are responsible for it. So whomever you pass, please keep in the back of your mind that you are sending somebody by making a quality check to say this person is safe for society, right? So these are purposes of assessment. And when we conduct assessment, there are some qualities that we have to remember. One is the assessment has to be directly related to the educational objectives. This we already have seen in the constructive alignment. The objectives have to be aligned with the way we conduct the assessment. Our assessment has to be based authentically to test the educational objective. One. Second is, it has to be concerned with important and useful matters. Meaning to say, when we write the objectives, we say this is the objective. Further on, we say this is a must-know objective, this is a desirable to know objective, this is a nice to know objective. And when we say this is important, when we design that this is important, the assessment will be done only on the basis of the objectives that we have written. And the third is, the assessment that we conduct has to be realistic and practical. It is not something which is very romanticized or ideal to say that we'll conduct ASCII or ASPI, some objective assessment we'll do all the assessment online. See, we have to be realistic also now, whether the students are able to provide their learning on the online platform. Is it possible? Will everybody get the same kind of internet access? All these things have to be taken into consideration when we are designing the assessment. So when we design the assessment, there is a flow chart for it. One is first identify what is the quality of the specific learning objective that we have written. Is it appropriately written? Is it appropriate for the course, for the student? All those things are taken care first. So first identify what is the objective for assessment and is it properly stated. Next is, what is the domain of that specific learning objective? Is it in the cognitive domain, affective domain, or psychomotor domain? Once that is identified, there is one more refinement that we do. What is the level of the specific learning objective? Now, for each of the domain of specific learning objective, whether it is a cognitive domain or psychomotor domain or in the affective domain, there are three levels. One is a basic level, one is intermediate level, and one is higher level. So depending on the domain, depending on the level, you identify the specific learning objective. Is that specific learning objective at the lower level, or the intermediate level, or higher level, in which of the three domains? The next level is, what is a medium for assessment? How do you conduct the assessment? The student's medium for assessment could be something which is written medium, the theory examination. It could be oral medium, which is the viva examination, or it could be performance medium, which is your practical examination. So there can be three media for assessment. One is the written medium, oral medium, or performance medium. Identify what is the medium. And after that, what is the tool? Depending on the medium and the level of the specific learning objective and the domain of the specific learning objective, there will be some specific tools. More of this we can see in the maybe in the higher learning. So tool of assessment. Once you know this is a tool of assessment, you implement that tool. So when you implement the tool, the student perform and you get the data. The data you interpret, and the interpretation of the data gives you some score. On the basis of that, you decide whether the student is performed as per your expectation or not as per expectation. And when you decide, there are two ways of deciding. One is the formative assessment. Formative is continuously you are assessing. You observe whether the student is performing as expected. And the purpose of this formative assessment is not to judge. You're not judging whether the student has done properly or not. You're only judging whether the student is doing it according to the expectation of the specific learning objective or not. You are only tracking, you are monitoring the learning so that you can give feedback to the student how to do it better. So all the continuous activities are formative assessment. And once the student has completed a course, you say this is the end of the term, end of the course, end of the posting assessment, which becomes summative. Summative assessment is the one where you say the student has passed or failed, or the student is eligible for promotion, or if it is an entrance test, you say the student is eligible to get into the course. So these are summative assessment. Two approaches. One is to improve the performance. One is to comment on the performance, or one is to grade the performance. Once that is to judge the performance, pass or fail. So these are the two approaches that we take for assessment. When we do the online assessment, there are two examples I want to give because we have been now in the online assessment. One is there is something called a selected response. Something is already given to the student and the student has to select what is the appropriate response. The example could be a multiple choice question, true, false, or a checklist. What happens in this is it is very easy to grade, but it tests only the recall level, very basic level. The second is constructed response, where the student has to construct his or her response. There is nothing which is there already which the student can select. The student has to construct the response. It can be in the form of filling the blanks, or it can be a short answer, or it could be in the form of essay. And these take the level of higher levels of learning. So these are some of the online tools for assessment. Now coming to planning the personal growth chart as a teacher, uh, what we know about ourselves is something like this. We see ourselves having this kind of potential. Say, I am a teacher and I can be able to, I can do this. But there is a whole lot of potential which is there within us like this. We see only the tip of the iceberg. There's so much of potential. Now, how do we identify this potential? Will make us to grow ourselves as a teacher. And this is your career growth for the teacher. For this, there is something called as core propositions of teacher given by the National Board for Performance of the Teachers. There are 5 principles which are given. Very basically, very briefly, I will tell them. One is that teachers are committed to students and learning. This is what is the teacher. So once I believe that I am committed to my students and their learning, I start my career growth. My success starts from there. Meaning to say my mindset changes, and I believe that learners are the focus of all educational activity. So teachers should be committed to students and learning. The second is teachers should know the subject they teach, very important, and how to teach these subjects to the students. So this is the second proposition. The third proposition is the teachers are responsible for managing and monitoring the student learning. It is not just giving a lecture, but also to ensure that the students are learning by monitoring them. This is what is called as the formative assessment. And the fourth one is to think systematically about their practice and learn from experience. This is the reflection. What am I doing? The activity which I am doing, is it appropriate for this, or can there be a better way of doing this? When I learn, when I reflect, see, there is a saying that we learn from experience. I differ with that. We don't learn from experience. We learn from reflecting on the experience. If I have experience and I don't reflect on it, I have not learned anything because I repeat the same thing. Only when I reflect, I think this may not work or this can work better. So that reflection is what makes the difference. This is what is thinking systematically, and learning from experience is reflection. And the last one, you have to belong to a community of learning. You cannot be in isolation. Like whatever the network that you have developed through APTI, this can grow into a kind of network of community of learners where you can have exchange of views. Some of you may have some experience with something, you exchange that view. Somebody else may have some other experience, they exchange the view. So we learn from one another. We don't have to learn everything on our own. It takes a lot of time. Whatever is already there, without reinventing the wheel, we can learn from one another. So these are some of the core propositions of learning. If we basically base on this, what will happen is there is something called as curriculum implementation and continuous assessment plan. This is a larger plan that can be used for very basic, very simple planning for the whole curriculum. These are some of the elements in that. You have the topic or the objective. Then before starting the teaching, you see what is the entry behavior. Then you identify what is the learner activity. We're not telling what is a teacher activity. What is a learner activity when the teacher is teaching or demonstrating? And what do you expect the learner to perform at the end of this activity, which could be again the objective. And then what is the tool to assess whether the student has performed it or not. So when we can classify our entire learning teaching into these columns, and this is what we are experimenting now in Rajiv Gandhi University. We have, say, suppose we have the whole curriculum. What we do is we classify the curriculum into something like 8 modules for each year, and there is 1 module for each month. For each of the month or 1 module, we prepare this kind of a document. And further onto this document, what we do is we prepare the individual lesson plans. This is how the individual lesson plan looks like. And once we do all these things, it sets our course for what you call success as a teacher or the career growth of a teacher. And these are the references I have used. In fact, this I will share, this whole PowerPoint I'll be sending across to Dr. Ramandam, and he will share it with all of you. With this, at the end of this session, if you are able to recognize that there are some concepts, basic concepts, which are really required for teaching and student assessment. We already have discussed some of these concepts. Recall what are the components of education system as the objectives, the teaching learning activities, and the assessment activities. Explain how education objectives influence the cycle of learning. We already have seen that how objectives influence the entire learning to make it learner-centric. What are the teaching learning approaches? We already have seen what are the factors. What are the assessment appropriate assessment strategy to measure the student performance? We have seen the two approaches, formative and summative. And plan a personal growth chart. We have seen how the teachers can plan the growth chart by utilizing some of these tools. So this will conclude the session here. At the end of this session, I thank all of you. If there are questions I can take, and before I conclude, I thank APTA and all the office bearers of APTA, and especially the participants who have been very tolerant and supportive till now. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Once again, a beautiful session. I can say that, sir, every time I face you, usually I try to avoid you, because the moment I listen to you fully, I evaluate myself that how poor I am as a teacher.
No. We should never have that feeling, because every opportunity is a learning opportunity. Do not.
No, sir. No, sir. You have rightly mentioned. Yes. We are always talking about, or everywhere it is already talk of academics and research. And whenever we are talking about academics part is not included in the research. And when we are talking about research, we are only talking about machines, applications. But I would like to tell or declare on behalf of Odisha APTA State Branch that you are the true researcher of academics. And I'd like to congratulate once again for delivering a fantastic session. No doubt of it, in Odisha, our effort was just to have a sensitization, because there are diversified issues in the diversified way, to the diversified college, to the diversified type of institutions in pharmacy.
Yes.
Which is no doubt putting down or pulling down the quality of the teaching end of the day. And it is you type of eminent leaders of this academics who always boost our moral to show a path to evaluate ourselves. So thank you once again from the whole fraternity of Odisha. And it's a beautiful session, no doubt of it, sir. Everybody who was there attending very carefully, taking the snapshot of this, and thanks. I'll collect those slides and I'll send to all the registered participants.
Yes.
Sir, please let's go to the, some questions, sir. There is a Dr. Vikas Ranjan Panda who has raised his hand. Will you please come to the mic, sir? Dr. Vikas Ranjan Panda. Dr. Vikas Ranjan Panda, you have raised your hand. So, is there any question from your side? Pallavi Pal. Okay. There is Dr. Dilip Kumar Pal, sir. He has raised his hand for a question. Sir, over to you, sir.
Hello.
Dr. Dilip Pal. Yes, sir.
Hello.
Please come to sir. Welcome, sir. Yeah, you are very well audible, sir. Please put your question.
How are you? It is very interesting and innovative lecture. Hello.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Hello. Yes, it is very much interesting and innovative lecture. Just I want to know about you that what is the brainstorming?
Brainstorming. Yeah, I got it. Brainstorming you want to know. That is one of the learning method. What happens is when there is something of innovative or new idea, for example, if there is a new pharma product which has come up and you want to find out what could be the best way of marketing it, you get a group of students who can, learners who come together and share their ideas. They storm the brain, come up with the ideas, and each of the idea can be further discussed. This can be dissected and discussed to identify what can be a consolidated approach for that marketing idea. So this is one learning approach which is more appropriate in marketing education.
Yes, not in that conventional education or what we are doing in the teaching classes. As for academic classes, it is not mostly applied, no sir. It is mainly for marketing or some
maybe
group
at
discussion.
At postgraduate level, this may be appropriate.
Yes, very, very. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Paul. Let me inform you, Dr. Paul being the advisor of APTA Odisha, and he is a member of APTA Odisha, and we are really proud of him for his support and guidance. Thanks for your question, sir. The next question we want to talk, Dr. Kamal Singh Rathod. Please put your question, sir. Dr. Kamal Singh Rathod.
Informative lecture, and I really enjoyed it. Sir, I want to know about the artificial intelligence and machine learning for the future learning. Please tell me about this.
Sure. Now, these are called as Web 3.0 tools.
Yes,
if you classify the web tools, this is Web 1.0, Web 2.0, 3.0. Web 1.0 was the email, which was very basic. Now, Web 2.0 are the WhatsApp or the Facebook, all these things which are now using. These are Web 2.0. Web 3.0 is artificial intelligence machine learning. Here you can virtually create some kind of an activity. Like for example, if there is, as I was telling you earlier, virtual laboratory. This virtual laboratory can be used as a machine learning or artificial intelligence. Like for example, when it is created in a virtual situation. And this is a very high level, the next future of learning. And the way we can adapt it further, maybe it can bring about some more revolutionizing in education. But one thing that we also have to remember is the human touch is always something which is very, very important in learning, because it has been classified that there are 4 different types of learning or learners. In that 60% of learners come from 2 methods. So 60% of learners are emotional learners. It is only the 40% of learners which can learn with anything, like even immaterial objects they can learn. But 60% majority are emotional learners. Therefore, we have to be very careful when using these new gadgets like artificial intelligence. This may be good when the learner characteristic is something appropriate for that, who are not emotional learner, who are more into objective learning. So that
Thank you, sir.
But it is a good, move. It can be sparingly used, not completely using, but for some particular purposes where imagining something becomes difficult.
Right.
Like how does a particular machine work, very precision work. So to demonstrate that precision work, you can use artificial intelligence, only that part. Rest of the things you have to come back to the conventional type of learning. So there can be a...
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Rathod.
Thank you.
Next question goes to Professor Dr. Nikunja Kumar Mishra. Will you please put your question, sir? Professor Dr. Nikunja Kumar Mishra. Okay, we are moving forward, sir. Dr. Surya Kanta Swami, sir. Will you please put your question?
Sir, good evening, sir.
Good evening.
Sir, nice talk and very informative talks for developing the teaching and learning methodology for academic teacher and researchers. My question is, what is the applications of cognitive domain of Bloom's taxonomy for learning outcomes?
When we say the domains, all the 3 domains are important. And when you say what is the importance of a cognitive domain, cognitive domain is for learning the basic recall level.
No, my question is, sir, excuse me, sir, my question is cognitive domains of Bloom's taxonomy for learning outcomes.
That's what I'm saying. One thing what you have to understand here is domains are what are classified are the three different areas of learning. So there you have cognitive domain. Apart from that, you have the psychomotor and affective domain also. So when you come specifically to cognitive domain forms the foundation for all learning. Because if you have to perform something, some psychomotor activity, there should be basic knowledge of it. So without the basic knowledge, there cannot be a performance activity. If somebody has to feel something, that feeling has to be rooted into something which is logical. And that logical comes from cognitive domain. So cognitive domain forms the bedrock, or it forms the foundation of all learning. So that is basic to every learning. Now, without that cognition, without knowledge,
Sir, what is that?
yes. Yeah, no.
Sir, what is that Bloom's taxonomy? How it is applicable to expected learning outcomes?
Okay.
Bloom's taxonomy.
The Bloom's taxonomy is a tool, right?
Okay.
Like when you say something like when you want to conduct an experiment, use a test tube. The test tube is a tool, right? So similarly, Bloom's taxonomy is a tool. What the tool tells is the tool can help you to identify what are the areas of learning. It tells learning happens as a knowledge, learning happens as a skill, or learning happens as an attitude or value. So when you teach something, you have to know on what level you are teaching or what background you are teaching. To suppose you want to make a student understand a concept. To make the student understand a concept, first I have to know that this is knowledge. Beyond that, if I want the student to perform some activity, that is not only knowledge. It goes beyond knowledge into some kind of performance. So that performance has to be based on some knowledge. So there is a kind of interlinking which happens between the knowledge and the performance. To understand what is the interlinking which is happening and how do we make this interlinking more fruitful, you need to have a tool. And that tool comes from Bloom's taxonomy. Now, when you say taxonomy, as a pharmacist and who also has learned something like botany or zoology, you know that taxonomy simply means classification. So this is the classification of educational purposes. We say that there are many different purposes of education, and unless you have a kind of a proper classification to understand what are these. Say, for example, when you say there are so many chemicals, you classify chemicals under different categories. That becomes a classification of chemicals. Once you know what is a classification, you know what is this category of chemical. Is it toxic? Is it poisonous? Or is it safe to touch? Right? So it gives a kind of clarity for you to use that particular approach. So this becomes a tool. Like for example, when you use a classification of say chemicals, similarly you have a classification of educational objectives. When you know this classification of educational objectives is there, which we call taxonomy. Taxonomy is a high word, but simply it means classification. So you classify learning as knowledge or skill or attitude. So when you know these are the three different areas of learning, it becomes easier for you to plan the teaching and plan the assessment. Because when you are assessing, you should know what you are assessing. By taking a simple example, if you want to assess whether the student is able to measure blood pressure, in that what do you expect really to assess? Is it that you want to check whether the student knows the normal range of blood pressure, or you want to know whether the student is able to identify which is the instrument to be used for measuring blood pressure, or whether you want the student to be able to differentiate normal or abnormal? So for all these things, you need to have a tool. This Bloom's taxonomy is such a tool.
Okay, sir. Thank you so much, sir, for elaborative explanations. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
May I call up to Dr. Om Prakash Thakur, please? You have raised your hands, but there is no sign of your audio. So, Dr. Pratap Kumar Patra.
Yes, sir.
Dr. Pratap Kumar Patra, your question,
Yes,
please.
sir. Sir, good evening, sir.
Good evening.
Sir, my question is, how can we use think, pair, share in a class?
Theme.
Think, pair, share.
Theme-based teaching.
Yeah, think, pair, share.
Think, pair, share. Okay.
Yeah.
See, what happens in think, pair, share is when you are conducting a lecture, suppose it is going beyond 20 minutes, you want to give a break, and you have some 5 or 6 objectives which are there you want to complete. You have completed one objective. After completing one objective, you want to test whether the students have learned it or not. For that, what you do is the students who are sitting to next to one another, you tell them you become a part of learning. You two are one group. You think what you have learned from this, the past 10 minutes, whatever you have learned, first you think. Then you make a pair of those two students and they will share to one another. So when they share one another, what we have understood is we learn better when we teach rather than when we only read. So when we are telling to somebody, when we are teaching, we learn it better than when we only learn. So therefore, when they share, it is like teaching to one another. That can improve learning. This is one of the small group learning, think, pair, share.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Have we lost the contact there?
Yes, sir. I'm audible to you, sir.
No, you are audible. Yes.
There is a very good question from Rohini Kole from YouTube.
Okay.
That what additional pedagogical support has been provided to teachers for preparedness of educational transformation during pandemic situation?
Okay. So what has happened is the teachers have become adaptive here, and the students have also become adaptive because of the COVID situation. There was a kind of limitation for us to either to go to colleges or to run the classes as possible. Therefore, we have all migrated to online platforms. And this is what one of the example that we have online platform. Otherwise, we all had to travel to one place to conduct this. So this has given us a kind of opportunity. One thing what you have to remember is when you are doing the online teaching, do not be under the impression that whatever I was doing in the lecture can be transplanted in the same manner here. You have to become adaptive. It's something like, see, I drive a vehicle on the highway and I also drive a vehicle in a small village. The vehicle is same, I am same, but the place where I am driving is different. The atmosphere is different. Therefore, I have to adapt to the environment where I am driving. Similarly, if I am teaching online, there are different tools and different approaches which we have to adapt. I don't know if anybody has given any supportive, feature for the teachers, but teachers have to become Atmanirbhar.
Very rightly mentioned, sir.
Yes.
So next question is from Snigdha Rani Behra. Your question, please.
Good evening, sir.
Bring.
Hello.
Yeah,
Yeah, you are audible. Please put your question first.
Okay. Sir, my question is, what is the best teaching and learning methodology to teach a very poor student?
One thing we have to understand that there is no very poor student. There are different students.
Yeah.
Sometimes what happens is we brand somebody as poor learners because they are different learners.
Yes.
Therefore, to understand the learner psychology is very important. To understand why a student might not be performing as per the expectation, or as you can say, a kind of poorly performing students. What is the reason for it? So once you understand what is the reason for it, it becomes easier for you to identify how best you can help the student to learn. Now, one thing you have to also, we all have to understand is that we all work under a lot of pressure and tension. Similarly, students are working under double tension and double pressure because they are the people who write the exam. We don't write the exam. So they have the double pressure of learning and they have a double pressure of performing well and scoring well in the exam. Therefore, there could be various reasons why some students do not perform. These could be academic reasons, these could be personal reasons, these could be social reasons, these could be family reasons, these could be economic reasons. There are umpteen number of reasons which are there. Therefore, best thing is to identify on a case-by-case basis what could be the reason why the student is not performing well, and then take a proper diagnosis, find a remedy for it.
Okay, thank you so much, sir.
So the next question go Srinivasan Ramamurthy sir. Please
Okay.
put your question.
Okay. Good evening, sir. Thank you for the engaging lecture. My question is, you are talking about the Bloom's taxonomy, cognitive, psychomotor, and affective domain. So similarly, we have other kind of things like a Miller's pyramid. We have 4 domains. It may not exactly like a cognitive, psychomotor, and affective domains. Something like knows, how, shows, and does. So how it is relevant to this context?
That when you look at the Bloom's taxonomy and Miller's pyramid, there's a kind of alignment which happens. When you look at the base of pyramid in Miller, it is knows, which is at the level of cognitive domain. And when you go a little higher, knows how, it still is in the cognitive domain, but at a higher level of cognitive domain, where the learner is able to relate the knowledge and make a decision. Then when you look a little higher into that pyramid, it says shows how, to show how the student must know and also perform. There you get both the cognitive domain and the psychomotor domain together. These align with that. And when you say the final, the tip of the pyramid, does, that does also carries a quality of performance. Therefore, the affective domain also gets into that. So all the 3 domains get into does, the psychomotor and cognitive domain get into shows how, and at the lower 2 levels of and knows how, you have the cognitive domain. So there is a kind of alignment which happens with these different tools. These are overlapping because performance is same. It is up of perception. Like one person has perceived it as the domains, another person is perceived it as levels of performance.
Okay. So regarding the composition, like the percentage, like if you talk about the Bloom's taxonomy in a cognitive, there are 6 sub-levels are there. So similarly, psychomotor, some sub-level, affective domain, there is some sub-levels are there.
Yes.
But when it comes to the Miller's pyramid, it's only a 4 level. And the proposition, for example, the learners at the initial stage, the knowledge level will be more and the psychomotor will be less and affective will be less when they go for the higher level. So that way, is it aligning? That your
Exactly. But what we have done is we are not taking Bloom's taxonomy for the levels.
okay.
We are taking Bloom's taxonomy only for the classification of domains. For the levels, we are taking another tool called as Gilbert tool. In the Gilbert tool, there are only 3 classifications because it simplifies the levels. If you look at Bloom's and later on the Krathwohl and other people who have done that, they classify the cognitive domain into 6 levels, of psychomotor into 5 levels, affective into 7 levels. There's a kind of unevenness. And even if the teacher wants to write all the objectives in there, it becomes difficult for any teacher to write objectives in all the 7 levels, 5 levels, 6 levels. Therefore, 3 is something which is simple. And according to WHO, the book which is released by WHO as the, you could say, reference book for all healthcare professionals in education, is the one written by J.J. Gilbert. So Gilbert's levels are the ones which we are now using in Rajiv Gandhi University. And I am told even in Manipal University, they are using only Gilbert's levels. So it simplifies. The reason why I'm telling we have to use some tool before we go into Miller pyramid is this forms the basis for us. Then it becomes easier for us to align into Miller's pyramid. Without understanding the Bloom's taxonomy of different domains, getting into Miller can be a bit risky because we may not be able to anchor into which domain we are writing these objectives. So therefore, always better to use a kind of multiple tools which are specific for each purpose.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
So the next question from the Mr. Sanatan, sorry, it's from Chaitanya Prasad Meher. Will you please, sir, put your question?
Sir, good evening, sir.
Good evening.
Sir, my question is actually when I am going to the class, I have three things in my mind. First is to share the proper knowledge. Second is to complete the syllabus. And third is in a limited time.
Yes.
So my question is how to manage it as per me and student concerns.
Okay. See, one thing what we have to remember is when you want a different outcome, you have to do differently. But doing the same thing, we cannot achieve a different result. Right? If you are doing the same thing, it is called cookie cutter approach. You know, cookie cutter, cookie are those biscuits. There are, in the bakers, they use a cookie cutter so that each of the biscuit is in the same size, same shape. And that is what we are doing. We want to bring the students in the same size, same shape. Our syllabus, when we say we cover the syllabus, actually we are putting one cover on the syllabus. We should be actually pulling off that cover and showing the students what to learn. So it is uncovering the syllabus. Just a joke. Okay. And one more thing what we have to remember is to take a different approach. As you rightly said, it's a very valid question. How do we make the students learn? How do you make the students learn is putting the responsibility on the learners also. I'm using the word also with underline. No, you cannot teach everything and you should not be teaching everything. You make the student understand this is what is expected of them to learn and you are there to help them to learn. And one more thing you have to remember here is student is a full-time student. Student is not from 9 to 4. The student is beyond 4 also, before 9 also. Therefore, what we have experienced, I showed you that curriculum implementation and continuous assessment plan, that template. That template puts the responsibility of learning and engaging the learning on the learners by saying what are the learner activities. Even in your class, you have to define what are the student learning activities you will be teaching. But along with your teaching, what is the student learner activity? And beyond the class, we have to engage the students. What I have done is I classify the entire syllabus into 3 areas, 3 components. Now, 1 hour of my teaching will have 1 hour of student learning, individual learning, and 1 hour of group learning. So for every 1 hour of my teaching, there has to be 2 contributory hours from the students. This if you can adapt. And it takes time. It doesn't come just like that. Like Buddha got the nirvana, you will not get something like that. We have to work for it. And this is the first step for learning is opening our mind. Opening our mind to understand and to accept that students are also active partners into the learning. And it is not the only responsibility of the teacher to fill every student with that water in the glass. Do not consider the student as a glass and you as a tap and that water as the knowledge. Let the student also observe the learning. And for that, you have to engage the students. That engaging the student is sometimes goes against our ego as a teacher. Because as a teacher, I want to control everything. I want to be the center of everything. Therefore, sometimes, I'm not saying everybody, but sometimes we hold back the students from being on their own. We do not give them the freedom of learning. So let go of this. Let the students feel that they are also responsible for their learning, but support their learning. Do not let them in the midway. Hold their hands, hand holding, supporting them. And whenever they're in crisis, you go and clarify that crisis. You clear that crisis. And that is the way the students will feel respect for a teacher. The students will not feel respect for the teacher because the teacher taught us very well. Teacher gave a very good lecture. The student will respect us because the teacher helped us in the time of my crisis. I was in trouble and the teacher helped me to come out of that trouble. So that is what the teacher has to be doing also. So change the mindset and teacher has to be a leader first. That is what the teacher has to do. And the leader always helps the person in the crisis. So student is in crisis, help that student.
Thank you, Chaitanya sir, for putting a very good question. There is another question from Deva Prasad Ghosh. Will you please?
Hello.
Hello, sir.
Hello.
You are audible, sir. Please put your question.
My question is that, sir, the application of this Bloom taxonomy while preparing the question paper, because see the 6 stages are there. Suppose the first year student comes, he has nothing to do with creating or deriving an equation, and many subjects does not have derivations also.
Yes.
So if some if something is fixed that I have to give this much amount of focus on derivation, on this much focus on creating this much piece of understanding, because subject wise and this year wise this will be different. So in that case, what should be the guidelines that whether how much amount of this Bloom taxonomy should be implied to first year or to second year or third year on subject wise also?
Exactly. Very good question. Now, what we have to do here is we have to remember that the examination starts with the writing of the teaching objectives or learning objectives. Learning objective is the basic for every educational activity. And the assessment has to be based on whatever learning objective we have written. Therefore, when we are writing the learning objectives, when you say this is a first year student, what is the level of learning and performance we are expecting from the student? Write only those objectives. Don't write any creative objectives. Don't write any decision-making objectives for the first year. So first year, what is the level? That is why when you look at that basic teaching model, one of the problems that comes from not learning or student not learning, it goes to the objective. The assessment gives a feedback whether the objective was appropriate or not. And this is where that practically you have brought out that context. When the objective was written in the highest level of Bloom taxonomy, which is not appropriate for the first year student. So therefore, that objective has to be rewritten now. It is not the examination which is the problem. Examination was the reflection. It has reflected whatever problem was, whatever mistake was. Now we have to create whatever, we have to correct whatever mistake was. The mistake was writing an objective which was not feasible for in the first instance. So there the planning comes. The planning is writing the objective which is appropriate for the level, and then planning the assessment which is as per that appropriate objective.
Thank you, sir. We'll be taking another 1-2 question if your permission.
Yes,
there are no doubt about a lot of questions.
Please.
Sir, from YouTube, there is a question from Vipul Varela. How to classify student as slow learner or fast learner? This is one question, sir. Another one is there from Prabhakar Reddy. He has appreciated the session and put his question that can you explain about podcast, PODCAST?
Sorry, I did not get the last one. Podcast?
PODCAST, podcast.
Podcast.
Yeah.
No, coming to classifying the student as slow learner or fast learner, see, there are various approaches to that. And one more thing is, I would not, as a teacher, say somebody is a slow learner, is a different learner. To classify a person who is not able to catch up in your class is to say that in our classes, in the lecture class, what is happening is it is audio visual. 90% of our learners are audio visual learners put together. Auditory. Right. So therefore, we say that 10% is slow learner because they are not audio visual learners. That 10% may be kinesthetic learner. I'll give you an example. When you look at the student in the class, and that student we say is a slow learner. This person is not learning because he is not responding to your question, or she is not asking you question. So he is a dumb person, we say, slow learner. But sometimes when you observe that same student in the lab, the kind of phenomenal work that student does, it will astonish you. Because we classified that person as slow learner, whereas that person maybe was a kinesthetic learner. So you identify what is the learning style of that person before classifying slow or fast learner, right? So this is, I think, should answer. We should not profile somebody as anything negatively. Let us look everything as positively. Now coming to the other one, podcast. Podcast is coming from two words. One is iPod, like we had this iPod like iPhone. That iPod was there for listening to other music. So that is iPod. Then casting is the broadcasting or telecasting or something which is streaming. So bringing these two together, Apple created something called as a podcast. What they did was they created some kind of a stream or a channel where the person subscribe to some of the learning. Say, for example, there are various podcasts on the different themes. Like, for example, there can be a podcast on what is the best way of teaching, or what are the assessment methods, or what is the clinical learning, or what is the pharmaceutical learning. All these are channels. Like you have the TV channels, there are audio channels, and these audio channels are available as podcast. Podcast is like you can also prepare. There are various sites which allow for free hosting of your podcast. You can say you will host your podcast, and you can tell your students that at this particular time I will come online. And for some of the learning which need not be visual, which is only auditory, you can use podcast as a tool for teaching. So this is one of the teaching tool which is on the digital platform. And the same thing which we are, say, for example, every day at 10 o'clock for 15 minutes, I'll come online teaching this particular thing. So everybody can open your smartphone. And the smartphone, there are these podcast sites. And in the podcast site or channel, I have my account. Like YouTube, YouTube is visual channel. In the YouTube, you have your own channel. You can have your channel. So you can present something which is going live. For example, if you say that this is going live on YouTube, it is which is web streaming. It is synchronous. Similarly, podcasting can be audio file which is synchronous. Sometimes if it is stored there where some person can come back and that particular time is not convenient for me. So I can go back and I can open my podcast which is stored and I can listen to that. That becomes asynchronous. So basically podcast is an audio file, just like YouTube is a video file. Yes, sir. Sorry, your audio is muted.
Sir, there is a question from Dr. Piyush Sharma. Piyush Sharma, you are unmuted.
Yeah.
Please talk.
Yeah, sir, the session was very nice, and just one query that I have, and I would like to put in front of you. There are two examples in front of me. One is Anand Super 30, where he teach and 100% result he obtained. And another example of IIM where toppers are selected, even during their placement, the package difference is very high. It means from 8 lakh to 1 crore. So which methodology do you think which is better?
I would say depending on student type, we'll have to identify. See, what happens in Super 30, and many people have replicated in different manners. This Super 30 is like, there's a kind of, I understand Super 30 is something which is very tenseful for the students. Even if you look at something like a quota model where many of the students get into the All India courses, the kind of mental tension that they'll be going is something which is very, very unimaginable. So similarly, I don't know, I don't want to comment on this, but maybe Super 30 also has something which is very rigorous. Very rigorous. But what we have to also understand is learning learning has to be something which is enjoyable.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
So there is a question from Dr. Ajay Kumar Tiwari. What are the way to ensure the effective results from for formative assessment over summative assessment?
Okay, see, formative assessment is very, very important because it is a kind of continuous assessment and you track the student every moment, as you can say. Therefore, whatever learning is there, you are continuously observing and correcting it. Let me give an example between formative and summative. Imagine you are preparing a cup of tea. As you are brewing the tea, you are doing different activities continuously, and you are smelling. You are first watching whether the water is boiling sufficiently. Then you put the tea leaves, and then you see whether the color is coming appropriately, or whether you also smell it, whether the aroma is coming. Then you add some sugar. Then you add some milk. All these activities are happening at different intervals. You know what those intervals are. And here, when you are brewing the tea, you are not judging whether it is coming out good or not. You are only seeing that it comes out well. You are praying it comes out well. And you are doing all the activities which can repair it on the site. As things are happening, you are also repairing. This is what is feedback. In the formative assessment, there is feedback, continuous feedback to tell whether this is happening or not. You can also say when you are going in the traffic, as you are driving in the traffic, continuously you are assessing yourself, whether you are in the right track, whether somebody is coming from behind, whether somebody is going fast in front of you, all these things, and what is the signal light, all these things you are observing, but you are not telling whether I have reached my destination. You're only bothered whether I am driving right. This is what is formative assessment. So when the whole course is over, you reach your destination, then you say whether I have arrived my destination. This is what is summative. So summative is when you completely brew your tea and you drink the tea when you know, okay, how tasty it is. That is summative assessment. Formative assessment is very important because it gives you a direction and it also gives you a control to check whether I am on the right track, whether I'm in the right pace, and my direction is right, whether the student is learning or not learning, how I can help the student to learn. So once you make the student to learn, you have empowered the student. Once you have empowered the student, there is no way the student can fail in the final exam. And that is what will happen in the Super 30 answer.
Thank you, sir. There is another question from Deva Prasad Ghosh. Please unmute yourself and put your question, sir. Deva Prasad Ghosh.
Sir has already answered my question.
Okay. Anyway, what was the question?
The question was regarding the application of this Bloom taxonomy while preparing the question paper.
Okay, okay. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm back. Sorry, there is some technical problem, I think.
Okay.
So, sir, can we go for? I think sir audio is also down. Dr. Munir Ahmad, sir, I think some technical problems. We have lost his connection.
Okay. Hello.
Yeah, sir, welcome back, sir. The
Yeah.
connection was a bit lost. Sir, can we take some few questions more, or it will be convenient, sir?
Yeah, we can take another maybe 10-15 minutes, fine.
Thank you, sir. So, Deva Prasad Bose, are you audible to me? Please put your question. Dr. Samaresh Datta, you have been unmuted. Please.
Yes, sir. This will
Sir,
be my
good evening, sir.
second question, sir. I have already asked, so let others ask. I have already asked, sir, one question. Others maybe will also want to ask.
Thank you, sir. Dr. Samaresh Datta, your question, please.
Sir, good evening, sir.
Good evening.
Sir, thank you for your nice presentation, sir. Sir, my question is that during these last 2 months, means April and May, we have completed our syllabus of BPharm and BPharm and master's level also. Now it's time to arrange the sessional exams and university exams. So my question is that, sir, is online education more conducive to cheating?
There is always a risk of academic dishonesty in the online, because we have no way of checking the students whether they are doing on their own or they are taking some help illegally in the low-tech environment. But there are some methods where you can always track the student. For example, if a student is writing the exam, the student is sitting in front of the camera, and there is a software at the back end which is observing every moment that the student does, whether the student is looking up or down or this side or that side. Everything is captured, and the students are already told what to do, what not to do in front of the camera. So as the question comes, the questions come one after the other, and there is a time limit for that. So only when the student is able to complete that question, next comes, or if the time gets over, that question disappears. So if you can use a very high-end technology like this, the academic dishonesty can be taken care of. But there are always loopholes for human imagination. Even you go one step ahead, the people who want to break the law can be 10 steps ahead. So Getting to honesty is if you believe the person, if you trust the person. Otherwise, there's no other way of no taking care of this.
Thank you, sir. The last question of the session may put the question to Dr. from Ashok Kumar Manti, sir. Will you please unmute yourself? Praveen Dixit, sir. Please put your question. Praveen Dixit, sir.
Hello.
Hello.
Yeah,
Sir,
you are
am I
audible.
audible?
Please. You are very well audible, sir. Please put your question.
First of all, good afternoon to everybody, and very best thankful to the organizations for organizing such a wonderful FPI, so that we will be able to listen a very knowledgeable personality here. Sir, I have a question. Hello.
Hello. Yes. Yes.
Yeah, please put your question, sir.
Sir, in this time we are organizing, means we are all shifting from classroom teaching to online teaching. So in this scenario, uh, would it be possible that the classroom teaching will be replaced by online teaching, or the online teaching will become the better platform as compared to classroom teaching, sir?
Okay. The one thing we have to remember, I already told that a majority of learners are emotional learners, and we want to connect with the teacher. In fact, we conducted a short study with the students using MOOC platform, that is online courses which are there. In one of the public health colleges, we conducted a study with 30 students to check which method was more appropriate for their learning. We used three streams. One was the student would use only the online platform. The second was the student would sit only in the classroom and listen to the teacher. Second is the teacher would use some of those online and use that as the presentation tools. All the students liked the teacher using the online tools and making the presentation. The reason why they liked was they said teacher is there and we can ask some question and clarify it. If it is only online, there is nobody to help us, nobody to support us. We are to fend for ourselves in front of the online. We cannot ask question to that person who is coming online because it is something a recorded thing. The third what they said is, if the teacher is only teaching without any these online resources, it becomes very uninteresting. Using some media which is some video or something, it adds to the glamour of learning. Therefore, the teacher or the conventional classroom cannot be replaced always. There could be some courses which can be done online, but these have to be done by the people who are very mature to learn. This could be post-graduations or post-graduation, certainly not undergraduation. We still haven't shifted to the situation where we can learn online. Having said this, we also have to understand that there are different classifications of people. One classification of people is called as context of learning. There are some who are high context learners, and there are some low context learners. It's not something which is very flattering to say somebody is high context learner. High context learner means somebody who learns when somebody is face to face. All of us, Asians, South Asians, all these people, we are Africans, we are all high context learners. We learn better when somebody is there face to face. Low context learner are the people who are very impersonal, who don't bother, who don't care about the human emotions. Could be some nations which are there who are not bothered about the human emotions. I don't want to name anybody because this may be profiling somebody. So there could be people or populations who are unemotional. For those populations, only online may work. But considering our situation, India or anywhere in South Asia, online learning can never replace the regular teaching. There can be a blend of it. Dr. Mihir, your voice.
Yeah, from YouTube, there is a question from Dr. Sambit Parida. Sir, what is your view on adopting continuous validation strategies in our pharma education system, just like pharma industry?
I think it should be thought of very seriously, because just as in pharma industry, you expect a quality in the performance. Similarly, we also expect quality in the performance in the pharma academics. Therefore, this continuous, if not validation, at least continuous training and capacity building to begin with Validation becomes something like testing and other things. So therefore, let us keep that validation to a later date. Begin with capacity building to begin with. It should be like whatever has started now is a good move. It should, I think, continue with. Continue with.
Thank you, sir. Now this is the time to invite one of our advisor, Deputy Odisha, Dr. P. Suresh. Will you please come to the mic, sir, or video, sir? Dr. P. Suresh. Okay, I think there is some audio problem. So the last question, but it's a very beautiful question, is from Usha Sen. Sir, as we freshers of the teaching line, how we develop self-confidence in the classroom for teaching?
How do we develop self-confidence? Okay, very good question. One thing we have to remember here is that in positive psychology, if you have heard of Sir Martin Seligman was the president of American Psychological Association, and he has brought out a new branch in psychology called as positive psychology. Positive psychology is something which is positive. It doesn't look at the negativity of things. What it says is that there are two things that any person will get into when you start learning in your life. There is something called as learned helplessness. Learned helplessness. Learned helplessness. And the other is called learned optimism. These are the two opposite poles. What happens is, now this Martin Seligman, he conducted a study using some animals. He used dog. What he did was, for one set of dogs, he gave very low level shocks, electric shocks. And these dogs had become used to getting the shocks. Then after that, he took one more set of dogs which was not given the electric shock. Then the experiment what he did was, he built these cages. In the cages, there are two components. In one part, continuously there was this electric shocks going on. On the other side, there was no electric shock. Now you have two subjects. One is the dogs are the subjects who were given the electric shock and who had become used to that. This is my life. Getting shocked, getting tortured, getting abused is my life. This is what those animals had come to believe. The other animal, they had not got used to those electric shocks. Now in this experiment, what happened? He put those animals into the area which was having the continuous electric activity, the shocks. The dogs which were used to getting the shock, they were lying there. They were not trying to jump out. They were lying there because they had adapted to the situation that this is my helplessness. I am helpless. I cannot do anything. Whereas the other dog which was not exposed to that, they immediately jumped because they felt the shock. They jumped to the other side of the cage. Now, this is what you have to remember when you talk of self-confidence. This self-confidence comes from within. You should never feel helpless. Even in the kind of adversity, in the kind of difficult times, in the kind of feeling frustrated, believe that this is a temporary phase. It is not permanent. It will pass off. And hold your passion, hold your commitment, and persevere. Only when you can do that, you become confident. Nobody can bring confidence into you. You have to bring confidence. And you can bring confidence if you believe in yourself. If you believe in yourself, and if you believe that you are the one who is in control of you, not somebody else. If you believe the environment is in control of you, you are into a trap. If you believe you are some superior is in control of you, you are in a trap. You are in a trap of getting frustrated, and because of frustration, you lose confidence. And if you believe that you are in control, you are in something called as learned optimism. If you believe that things will happen well, wo subha kabhi to aayegi. Whenever it comes, wo subha kabhi to aayegi. If you have this belief, if you have self-belief, and if you are courageous to withstand whatever difficulties you might be facing, you will come out of it. And that is what you have to, not only you, anybody, we'll have to build on for your confidence. Yes, sir. Dr. Mihir, your audio.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir, for your energy level. Thanks for your passion to be with us for so many times, and you are just not feeling untired.
Thank you.
So it is our pleasure to find you here with us, and it is the beginning. We'll be inviting for many occasions, because end of the day we are teachers, and end of the day our duty is to produce a generation which will affect the society.
Exactly.
So modification are always going on. In post-COVID era, we are going to face a lot of changes. Even Pharmacy Council of India is also coming up with a lot of changes in the curriculum itself. Pharmacy school, lot of things are going to happen. And if we will not modify ourselves, maybe we are not going to do justice to our profession. Yeah, issues are there. So many different issues are there, but we should not forget that we are basically teachers, and we have to modify each and every day with us. Thank you. Your session has once again put a apprehension mark to assess ourselves as a teacher, and I think it must have sensitized all the professionals who have attended today. And once again, with a very warm greetings and congratulations, I would like to thank on behalf of Odisha Pharmacy Fraternity, and we'll definitely expect to see you in different times with us.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah,
Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Thank you, dear. Thank you, participants. This is one again a good day for all of us, having a nice session. As we have mentioned, we are also available on YouTube. Please subscribe the channel so that you can stay connected every time whenever we are going to do anything. And please be free. Tomorrow, once again, we are reaching back by 3:45. So join soon so that we can have another brainstorming session tomorrow. Till that time, have a good day. Thank you.
Thank you.